Dangote Cement, IHS, Oando, the rapporteur, Professor Babajide Alo. Our speakers, panelists, and discussants, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I say good morning to every one of you all. My name is Kunle Adeshina. I welcome you to day 2 of the 9th Lagos State Climate Change International Climate Change Summit that has as its theme integrating climate actions in Lagos State development, investment opportunities, and trade-offs. I am very sure we had a very stimulating time yesterday with the very robust discussions we had, as well as the keynote address of Mr. Governor, which sets the tone for this year's summit. Today, we'll continue in that tradition with some other presentations by very resourceful resource persons who have been drawn from various fields that are very impactful to the life of the average resident of Lagos. With your kind permission, let me specifically recognize some of the members of the Lagos State Executive Council who are here with us. First, let me welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Professor Abayomi. Thanks for coming, sir. We also have in our midst this morning the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Dr. Frederic Oladeinde. Let me also welcome a special advisor to Mr. Governor on EGIS and physical planning, Dr. Olajide Babatunde. As we go on much into the program, we'll do some other recognitions. But it is now my pleasure to formally invite the consultants to the Lagos State government on the environment and climate change, a one-time Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Babajide Alo, to please step forward and do a recap of what we had on day 1.
Thank you so much, our MC, Mr. Kunle Adeshina. Members of the State Executive Council who are here, I don't want to take time to repeat, but of course we recognize the Commissioner for Health and the Commissioner for Transportation, as well as the Special Advisor, EGIS, and Physical Planning, to His Excellency the Governor. Once again, I welcome you to day 2, to the second day of our summit, the 9th Lagos State Climate Change Summit. And this year's summit is themed as integrating climate actions in Lagos State development, investment opportunities, and trade-offs. People have been wondering why the theme this year. Last year, the state government launched the Climate Action Plan for the state, the first in the Federation, matter of fact. And following from that, it is expected that, consequent upon that, implementing those actions are what we want to do. But as is usual, finance continues to be a challenge, finance continues to be a problem. And so this year, the intention is that we want to focus on how do we finance climate actions. So yesterday, we opened up with a lead paper from one of the Nigerian global actors in the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Professor Chukwumerije Okereke, who not only teaches at the Federal University at Ndufu Alike but also teaches at the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge. He gave us a lead paper on financing transformative climate actions for Lagos State. He led in his paper a top discussion on where we can get the finance and how we can get the finance to assist us in the state in financing each of the actions that we have been talking about. And therefore, leading to COP27, at which the state government intends to actually market climate action proposals to the global world and getting money to be able to finance it. Professor Okereke assisted in giving tips on the way to go about it and how to achieve it. We, of course, received goodwill messages from our strong partners. The C40 was represented by Dr. Hastings Chikoko, who leads the C40 organization out of South Africa. We also received another goodwill message from UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, who was here to indicate their readiness to continue to partner with the Lagos State government on several issues, not only climate change, but other matters. Then we now moved for collaboration with the private sector. Oando Clean Energy was with us yesterday at the topmost level to indicate the readiness of Oando in making us achieve the net zero mandate of carbon emissions as much as we have, or as much as we can. We also got another goodwill message, or two goodwill messages from ambassadors of Netherlands in Nigeria and from the Danish ambassador in Nigeria. And of course, His Excellency, the governor, who was represented by the deputy governor, had opened us and gave us the keynote address. We then went straight to the technical sessions, at which we had a paper from the Climate Finance Advisor of the federal government of Nigeria, the head of the Climate Finance LGN NDC partnership, Bolahon Mark George, a Lagosian by all means, and he with almost climate actions in the state towards achieving net zero emissions as we plan, but not only that, how we could fund climate actions that will aid our citizens as to improving their socioeconomic situations. And we had from his presentation several different proposals which will appear in the communique which will be taken later in the evening, indicating that Lagos State government, being a subnational body, would therefore need to work with the federal government as the designated national authority on these matters in assessing funds both locally and internationally, particularly the Green Climate Fund, and towards achieving our goals. He also indicated to us that we needed to interrogate the new Standard Chartered Bank initiative, who is initiating some major funding for climate change, even for Nigeria, and then Lagos State inclusive. Then we moved on to how do we invest in quality infrastructure for green, inclusive, and resilient recovery for the state. We had Professor Taibat Lawantin, a professor of urban planning and management, leading us through how we could ensure, what kind of infrastructure choices we need for the state that will lead us into net zero emissions, regardless of the Lagos infrastructure challenge. Because she showed that, yes, in the state, we have infrastructure challenges, but that we can overcome the infrastructure challenges by ensuring that we did a few things which she gave us, including the GRID, the Green and Resilient Inclusive Development Strategy, which we can adopt in the state. After that presentation, we had breakout sessions, very robust sessions of two breakout sessions, as a matter of fact. One was focusing on youth, innovations for climate change, and the youth had a good time in the room, bringing up innovative concepts and initiatives which the youth could drive towards ensuring that the state became more climate resilient than we always used to be. Yesterday's session was loaded with resourceful persons and also loaded with outcomes for which the state government, as well as people living in the state, can benefit and turn the climate action plan into actions for which we could say that, yes, we are already getting to where we ought to be as a state. Suffice to say that Lagos State obviously continues to be the lead in each of these climate actions, maybe even driving initiatives from which the entire federation continues to learn. So the thing, ladies and gentlemen, this was where we were yesterday, and today we will be continuing looking at various economic sectors for today towards, again, ensuring that we get to the net zero that we are hoping we'll be able to get to by 2050 or 2063, whatever date we finally adopt as a nation for achieving that. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention for this brief recap of how it went yesterday. I will now be asking our MC, Mr. Akinderu, to set us up for the first plenary session of the day, which is the plenary 3. Mr. Adesina.
Let's appreciate Professor Allah once again. The first session, which is plenary 3, has as its topic Lagos Building Code, a panacea for sustainable housing. The lead speaker will be Dr. Olajide Abiodun Babatunde, Special Advisor, EGIS and Physical Planning. We have some notable and very profound personalities who act as the discussants. Amongst them are Town Planner Moses Ogunleye, Dr. Ogbuokiri Anthony, and Dr. Tony Oloke, who will be joining us virtually. But permit me at this point to first formally welcome a man of many parts. He's a town planner of note, someone that has made his mark in different fields. He is going to moderate this first session. The man I'm talking about is a registered town planner, RTP. He is also a fellow Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, FNITP. He is a retired director of town planning services from the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. He is a barrister and advocate of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, and he also once served as chairman, Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Today, he is managing partner, Corporate Castles Limited, an urban planning consultancy and land use advocacy group. He is the president of the Initiative for Promotion of Equitable Environmental Practice, an NGO. Please let's put our hands together for Town Planner Akinderu Ogunleye, Esquire. Let me invite him, sir. Just as I was doing justice to that, we had coming into the hall the special advisor to Mr. Governor on drainage and water resources, Engineer Joe Igbokwe. You are very much welcome, sir. We also welcome the Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Services, in the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, Gaji Omobolaji Tajudeen. You are very much welcome, sir. Next distinguished guest, I'll now invite
recommendation for best practice. Or we say nothing is best, they just say good practice. Because we always want to aim at the best. So, the incentive has to come. Can we have a system where we know the developer, where incentives at this point will be offered there for building climate friendly or building energy efficient structures ultimately? Can we have task for them? And somebody has said, government itself should start applying this. I know it's expensive today to get a mason, the one we call bricklayer, to apply, to use the bricks, to arrange the bricks, than getting the one that we know as the regular bricklayer. So these are the issues we need to work on as we think of our Lagos State building code. Mr. Moderator, thank you.
sensitizing everyone to what they can and cannot do, we can have an impact at a policy level. We're also, as I said, bringing forward technology, drones, street view cameras, to really enforce these plans and have good change detection. There was a question regarding building out entire plots. Certainly, planning standards actually allow for only a certain percentage of building and green areas. Again, this is an enforcement issue which we will be seeking to make better.
So, I will only add one thing. You know, someone was talking about the National Building Code. You know, whether these meet international standards and all of that. You know, Engineer Abiodun is here. She's the one who is leading the Lagos State Building Code domestication. So I think she should say something about that. But what I would like to say is we have been working with a number of partners. So the National Building Code, if you have one session, okay, but I will still give out the floor. You know, so the National Building Code, definitely that was done, and we think it's good for the country, and that's why we're trying to domesticate. So, Engineer Abiodun, I think you should say something about the Lagos Building Code, please. You are the one who is leading it. She's the one leading it, so you should let her say something.
The pump tech.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have a presentation later, but on the National Building Code and the adaptation for Lagos State, I think you're from LASEPA, right? And you know that all stakeholders were invited in the initial session. We actually have a session that's going on today. We've invited all the professional bodies and relevant NGOs. We have another session for academia and developers and others. So it involves a lot of the stakeholders. With respect to what the Honorable Commissioner said on the development of health facilities, the building code intends to incorporate the Building Energy Efficiency Code, which we're working together with the Nigerian Energy Support Program. And we're also working with the EDGE team for green building initiatives. I understand that the facility, the Children's Hospital that's next to Simpson, I understand that we're trying to actually make it a green building, and we haven't looked into Ministry of Health to actually find out what are the things that they've done to actualize that dream. But these are some of the things that we need to work together as partners to ensure that we're able to move towards designing and constructing green buildings. Of course, the EDGE certification for us, looking at the EDGE certification and what processes that designers and constructors need to go through to get EDGE certified. There's nothing wrong if Lagos itself develops a green building code that we certify our own buildings green, because it's all to do with standards. And so, because if you want to get EDGE certified, you need to pay in dollars to some people abroad to get EDGE certified. So we are also looking at developing our own Lagos certification process, where we certify our own green buildings based on our standards. Those are the peculiarities of Lagos State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Dr. Moses Ogunleye, can you have a recap?
Thank you, sir. In 1 minute now, you can't do 1 second. Just to wrap up, somebody raised the issue of whether planning is part of building code. The National Building Code has a section on development control, which is planning. However, Lagos State can decide to. That's what Lagos should do. There's a regulation for planning, also a regulation for building code. Dr. Fakola, why are we building in floodable plain? Straight answer. Let developer leave the plain. Let developer leave the wetlands. That was not the plan. I was part of it. I did the Odusote regional plan. And the entire corridor of the one we call Carabit, no building ought to be there. Let them leave the place. Professor Abiodun, PAMSEC has answered a question. We will talk about this event. I do some work with some architects. I know they've done more of a medical design. Now, he answered the question of landscape. That is where that has to do. Every building, you cannot build, you are supposed to leave 10% minimum of your site, what Lagos State government calls soft landscape. But we know what happens. People build urban concrete, and the result is the climate change impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are getting to the end of the process. The takeaway from everybody is that everybody must be included. All the stakeholders in the built environment and to get involved in the leading code that is being proposed. And please, when you are invited, please attend, because that is the cause of the matter. It's after the deed has been done that people will be complaining. So I appeal to everyone, every of the stakeholders, all the relevant ministries and agencies and everybody to get involved in the process now, so that whatever we are doing will be a perfect document. We want to thank you, Dr. Moses Ogunleye, Dr. Babatunde, and those in the diaspora. Thank you very much for your effort and for your contribution. And to the audience, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That represents the final word for the first plenary session for today and the third. Please let me invite the Permanent Secretary Office of the Environmental Services to join them for a group photograph. We'll go on straight away to Plenary 4, which is Decarbonizing Industry. Let me also thank our two contributors from the diaspora. Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony Ogbuokiri.
Kind of actions they would like to get on with. And that's because we are regulated. Because we are in a regulated environment, our behavior has to accord with what is good for all. And today, this panel is looking after the most uncomfortable aspects of what is good for us. How we power, how we move, and generally how we live, in terms that impact on the kind of climate we will enjoy. Please don't let us forget that the goal of -2 degrees is actually only the barest minimum that will keep humanity alive. I was listening to the radio yesterday morning, and the environmental lobby, which is biggest in this space, reminded the entire world yesterday, that even -2 degrees by 2050 does not guarantee that humanity will be alive. Now that sounds like a crazy statement, but those of us who live in littoral states that border water are very quick to see that 1 inch of sea level rise is enough to do the damage. Therefore, the actions that we take in the various sectors that we're going to look at this morning are going to be very important. Now, you can't have a better panel than this. These are the people who are planning for us, who are executing for us, and we have the context of the world, UNIDO here, to kick things off. So without further ado, and without prejudice to my own thoughts on the subject, let me call on my panel in the order in which they appear on the program. Sorry, let me call on my lead speaker to kickstart the program, and then we'll go in the order of the panel as listed. He has been introduced, and I think he will go to the subject very quickly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Please allow me to do that. Very quickly, what I want to do is remind us on why we are doing this. And when I say doing this, I mean, what's with the conversation around climate change? We shouldn't take it for granted that we all understand this. And where we do, we must always remind ourselves, continue to talk about it until everybody is on board. Globally, we have stats that show how much GHG emissions we release per sector. And when you add transportation to industry, before 2020, industry contributed 40%, transportation contributed about 17%. The data you see here is updated, and it factors in the lockdown in 2020, when industries were shut down. And then you find here that industry represents about 24.2% and transportation about 16.2%. I have been asked to speak about decarbonizing both mobility and industry. And why is this important? When you combine industry contributions to GHG emissions with mobility, today numbers show that that's 40% you're taking out. And that's significant. But that number that you see, like I said, is also because the data considers 2020 and the fact that a lot of us didn't go to a lot of places and industries were shut. The real number there is about 60%. When you look at taking 60% of carbon emissions, or however percentage of which we're able to take out, but I'm hoping we'll be able to take 100% in good time. When you look at taking that out, you understand why it's important that we look at mobility and industry. And all of these things speak to the activities of humanity. Industry speaks to the consumption of humanity. Okay? I'm struggling with the technology, but it's working. Industry speaks to the consumption of humanity because the climate change conversation is about human consumption. What do we consume? How do we consume? And that's the primary conversation. We must get to it at some point. But let's speak to energy first. So I showed you global. This is Africa. Nigeria is the fourth largest contributor of GHG emissions in Africa. But here's an interesting place. Though Nigeria is the fourth largest contributor, Lagos is the largest contributing city. So it means if you came into Nigeria and you delayered the numbers, you find that Lagos probably accounts for 50% of GHG emissions for Nigeria. Unfortunately as well, data has shown us that Nigeria has gained the most, over 98%, between 1990 and 2020. So our trajectory for emissions is going up, it's not slowing down. Transportation, however, in our own climate, represents 75% of GHG emissions. In very simple terms, let me tell you what this means, or what it says. It says we go to a lot of places, but we don't produce a lot of things. Industry leads the global average. Transportation leads Nigeria's average. That's not good news. If it was industry leading, we would at least say that we're a producing economy. All we just have to do is look at how we power our industries. It also means that as a country, our mass transit system is subpar. But as we all know, Lagos is leading in that regard. one would have thought that a city as brand new as the FCT would have the best mass transport system in Nigeria. It literally doesn't even have any. The impact on Lagos, I spoke to it yesterday, and the deputy governor as well, representing the governor, spoke to it as well. So I'm just going to mention it. Lagos is heating up because we're gaining temperature. Lagos is sinking because sea levels are rising. And the air quality is becoming poorer as well. Yesterday I mentioned the impact of all of this. Not only, environmental issues are not only locked in the Ministry of Environment or concerns about the environment. Environmental issues have ramifications in social and economic subsector. But I won't go into that. So how do we stem this? For Lagos to meet 2050 net zero carbon emissions, because we committed to 2050, I believe. The country committed to 2060. And like I said yesterday, I'm not sure, why Panacea went to Oyo State, but I think it should be Lagos State, always setting the pace. But then again, you can subsume pace setting under Center of Excellence, right? Okay, so we'll take it. What we need to do with our industries, and what we're working on as Oando Clean Energy Limited, we need to reinvent the wheel locally, but literally just copy, edit, paste, stay in Nigeria. We're not creating any brand new technology. What we need to change is how we power our industries. Hydro is acceptable because we still power largely from the grid. So how do we power? Basically, we power from grid, which is a blend of coal hydro, and we power using diesel on-site. So you have coal, hydro, gas, largely in Nigeria, and then you have diesel on-site, where the grid fails. And it fails a lot. Globally, energy consumption is 83% fossil fuel. And that's coal, crude, and gas. In Nigeria, as a matter of fact, in Africa, the average is not 83.2%. The average is 90.5% fossil. Because we have not developed other energy sources as much as the world has. We have circa 800 gigawatts of installed capacity for solar globally. Only 1% of that is in Africa. Yes, if we took out the Middle East, we could almost very nearly claim monopoly of the sunlight. Another resource that we're wasting, like gas. Gas, yes, not as clean as it should be, still emits, not as dirty as diesel. But what have we done with our gas historically? We've flared it about 36%. We've reinjected about 34%. We've commercialized only the outstanding. And why? Because we have treated gas historically as that nuisance sibling to crude. That's how we've treated gas. But gas is now leading the energy transition. We're not here yet. I don't know how we got here. Still a question of technology. Okay, there we are. Stay. Now gas is leading the energy transition. We're now rushing to invest in pipelines. It's 20, 30 years late. We should have been the alternative to Russia 2 decades ago. All of these projects, again, it speaks on leadership, but we're not talking about politics today. We're talking about decarbonizing industries. What's Oando doing? We're looking to invest in large-scale solar plants with storage. The challenge with that is a regulatory framework around how power should be managed locally, because if I do 100 megawatts of solar, I need to plug it into the grid.
My grid has collapsed 6 times this year. So I'll say 6 times and counting. So if I plug in energy into it, I won't see the value at the other end. But we're looking at it. We'll do small projects, 5 megawatts, 10 megawatts, that can be localized. We'll use clusterized and what we call, there's a term for it, where the offtake is localized. What do you call it? Thank you, distributed. Thank you. We're looking at wind, but please understand, the wind profile in Nigeria, inland, is not as great. And that's why you probably not see a lot of investments in wind energy across the country. You have some wind turbines somewhere in the north, they're not working. But what we want to do, 2 projects. Offshore Niger Delta to power oil and gas platforms in that region, and coastal Lagos. We're working with Vesta out of Denmark, and we're working with a company called Flotation Energy out of Scotland, looking at what we can do with the coast of Lagos to power industries in Lagos and also in the Niger Delta. About 10, 15 years ago, the largest wind turbine you could find will give you 250 kilowatts. Today, Vestas have 1 turbine that does 15 megawatts. I have been on the North Sea to see a 9.5 megawatt floating wind turbine owned by Flotation Energy. There's nothing stopping us from moving that in, and we're working with our technical partners and financiers to put a project together. We will come to Engineer Odusote when the time is right. Gas and biomass. There are many opportunities here. What we're looking to do with Lagos State is in the area of municipal waste and also wastewater and sludge. First, on the wastewater and sludge side, to solve an environmental debacle about how we've been disposing this, historically. But also at the same time to extract quality gas from this and fire turbines. The same thing with municipal waste, whether it's organic or inorganic, depending on whatever combustion process you want to use. It could be anaerobic, if it's organic, it could be gasification, if it's otherwise. Again, these are projects that we're working on in conjunction with the Ministry of Energy, with, together on this, to ensure that we find ways to produce enough energy for the consumption of Lagosians, not only industry, but commercial, industrial, and entertainment as well. And then, of course, residential. So that speaks to gas and biomass. But there's another gas that we're looking at, and that's hydrogen. Because when you speak about decarbonizing industries and you begin to talk about introducing gas still carbonizes. It's just lower than diesel. The depth of gas as we know it today, CNG, LNG, however, name they've been given, will be hydrogen. Because post-combustion of hydrogen, what you get is water. But it's expensive today, particularly green hydrogen, because that's an electrolysis process. It consumes a lot of power. 1 megawatt of power will power electrolysis that will give you 450 kilograms of hydrogen a day and about 3,600 kilograms of medical grade oxygen a day. If you were to use it to power another turbine, you would have spent 1 megawatt of power to generate about 600 to 700 kilowatts of power. It doesn't make sense yet, but we must invest in it. Because as technology iterates and gets even more proliferated, and we set international standards around what we call LCH, which is low carbon hydrogen, things will get better, technology will become cheaper, and then this will begin to make sense. But make sense or not, we, Oando, are committed to starting a project in 2023 on our first hydrogen plant
in Lagos. Green hydrogen, that is. Thank you. Decarbonizing mobility. The first thing we need to do in that regard is expand our mass transit system, where everybody does not feel the need to put their vehicles on the road. We can all get on buses and trains and trams, and we're comfortable in there. When we visit England, I'm sure we don't drive in England, not because it's right-hand drive only, but because the public transport system works. So you jump on a bus, or jump on a cab, or in the train. People live in Birmingham and work in London. It's one bullet train, 45 minutes, 1 hour, you're in London. That's what we need to do here, and I'm glad we started. But how do we decarbonize? Yes, we may introduce electric trains, but what's powering the electricity? That's the question around decarbonization, and that's where you see the convergence between decarbonizing industry and decarbonizing mobility. The same power projects that you set up, whether it's large-scale solar, geothermal technology, we're looking at that, and there are interesting things happening in that regard. What we know about geothermal up till now has largely been surface, resources for geothermal, but now we can drill holes, go down the earth, add heat exchangers, and then produce, once you hit the aquifer, you can produce steam that will fire your turbines, and then you re-inject in another well. We're working on that. Because we're working on everything. There are no holds barred. We've got to try everything and then stay on what works. We recognize, as Oando, renewable energy is not oil and gas, so it's not as profitable. But we have been fingered as an industry as the largest contributor to GHG emissions. So we've got to be a part of the solution. And for us to achieve the kind of scale that we need to achieve in renewable energy investment, that money has to come from oil and gas. But that's not all. We also recognize that we're at the edge of chaos. And we can see the industry that is coming to displace us, however long it takes. So if we're serious about remaining a great concern over the next century and beyond, we have to invest in renewables, and that's what we're doing. Under the supervision of the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation and the MD of Lamata, we recently signed an MOU with the Lagos State Government to introduce electric buses into the mass transit system in Lagos. We will roll out 3,000 electric buses by 2030 in Lagos. And you will see the first set of buses for the proof of concept phase this year, last quarter. Thank you. And 2 days ago, we signed an agreement to work with the largest EV manufacturers in the world, Yutong. And that's how serious we take this. I've spoken to hydrogen. The buses that are powered with hydrogen will not be profitable, not at the fares that we pay today. They're not cost effective. And we also can't pass it on to the consumer. The commuter is not interested, not just yet. It doesn't matter whether it's kerosene or firewood that powers the bus. They just want to get from point A to B. So we will roll out about 5 hydrogen-powered buses when the plant is ready. It will run at a loss. We know. But we'll do it still anyway. Because we must prove the concept and attract investment, particularly development funds. I spoke to this earlier, what we saw in mobility. We also saw it in industry. COVID-19 hit, the world went into a lockdown. He was at a frenzy during that period. If we checked his own carbon emissions, during the lockdown, it would probably tip the scale, right? But industry shut down, so we released less carbon. People stayed put, we released less carbon. if we can do that without COVID-19, right, what we'll do is still produce, crank the engines, but fire them with different fuels and energies. So what I've done, I took an unsolicited liberty to mess with smart city agenda, right? So I turned it into an acronym. SMART as safety, mobility, access, resilience, together, and then I added an S for sustainability. Thank you. Safety, a safe business environment, Lagos. This is our agenda. This is what we must work at to deliver. This is the mindset that we all must carry to achieve what it is we're looking to achieve. Whether it's in decarbonizing mobility, decarbonizing industry, or even just building a world that we're running against time that we can probably hand over to generations behind us. Some would say, oh, let's do better so that the generation behind us will live in a healthy environment. I'm a young man. Let's do better for me. I'm still here for a while. So this is not about incoming generation. This generation is at risk. Safe business environment, safe communities, land, air, waterways, social interaction, a safe Lagos. And when you delay this, there are elements to it, what it means to create a safe Lagos. Mobility, sustainable and eco-friendly transportation. Rail, we've spoken to that. Electric intercity, waterways, ferries, water taxis, haulage, road, EV for mass transit, hydrogen. Access to the government. The people must be able to access the government better. Lagos is doing great. I'm not gaslighting you. I think I was at the Commissioner for Energy's office.
It's working. Right. Good afternoon, Albert. Good afternoon, everyone. Ademola has very kindly taken us from the morning session to the afternoon. Brilliant presentation. So I'm going to repeat a few of the things that he said. Industry contributes between 20 and 25% of the greenhouse gas emissions that we see in Lagos. But when you look at to our greenhouse gas emissions in Lagos. And one of the things we should be thinking about, because we cannot move them elsewhere, the major ports in Nigeria and Lagos, we don't mind them being here. We like the fact that the rest of Nigeria expects us to host their production, but we want to try and clean them up a bit. If we found a way to reduce the emissions from those trucks, it would be to our benefit. What is Lagos doing about it? Our intention as a state government is to promote energy efficiency and also clean energy. So what we're doing is creating policies, because that's what government does, to encourage the production of clean energy and also to encourage continuous innovation in improvement in energy efficiency by our industries, not just by our industry, but also in the transportation sector. What he didn't say when he was talking about signing an agreement with the Ministry of Transportation and Lamata was that this was facilitated by the Ministry of Energy. It is in our interest to ensure that we make these clean energy options available to reduce the emissions in Lagos, and as such we work with our partners in industry, commerce, transportation to ensure that we continue to encourage the use of these clean energy options. And he talked about hydrogen. One of the things we're doing is also setting up a clean energy initiative, which is going to include all of the stakeholders to come together to determine how we're going to ensure that we move the industry in the direction that we want it to go in Lagos. And to the Green Fund, I'm going to leave that again to another session where we will have the finance people talk about the Lagos Green Fund and the fact that we're well along the way to to making that happen. There's a green bond that sometime, perhaps before the end of this year, at least early next year, will be launched by the state government, which is really to attract funding for improving the environment. I'm going to leave it now to when we then have specific questions on the dimensions of the energy industry and then take it from there. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure that people will assail you on the floor, so I will leave you to rest for now, Larry. Let's go very quickly to our Commissioner for Transport. You have been told that you are one of the culprits of the stationary zone of our problems. What are we going to see from you?
Well, I wish I was, but I think it's all of us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And what I'm going to be doing here is to talk about what we're doing to actually reduce greenhouse gas in the transport sector. As you heard from the lead speaker, we contribute about a fifth of the greenhouse gas emissions and 50% of greenhouse gas in the transport sector. So why do we have such a challenge in Lagos? So let me start, and then we'll then look at the trips generated, and then we'll then look at how we can then decarbonize the mobility industry. Now, people say that Lagos has about 22 to 25 million. It is forecast that by the end of this century, we will be about 100 million. And the question you have to ask yourself is, how are we going to move ourselves? And then, if we don't build a rail or build our BLT, how would the downforce cope with that number of people? That's important to hold on to. The second one we're trying to do is to ensure that people have options when they're traveling. A lot of people are captive to either their cars or captive to downforce, and they do not have options. And one of the aim of the Ministry of Transportation is to implement the Strategic Transport Master Plan, which highlights what is required for Lagos to be sustainable, to move people sustainably from one point to the other. And that is why we're building the rail. So that Strategic Transport Master Plan highlights 7 rail lines for Lagos. It highlights 14 BLTs. It talks about the water transport sector, which we need to reform. And basically, it talks about how we need to begin to move people en masse from one point to the other. But there's one thing that's important in ensuring that we're able to implement the master plan. And the key question is, how do we get the private sector to participate in the provision of infrastructure as well as providing services to move people? And that's where the transport policy comes into play. So currently, the Ministry of Transportation is developing its transport policy. That policy should be ready by next month. And that policy is very big on how we decarbonize our transport industry so that we can begin to look at innovative ways to power the various modes that we have in Lagos. But most importantly, those modes have to be integrated in such a way that people can interchange from one point to the other. And that's why Lagos State launched the Cowrie card about 2 years ago. And we're also bringing different kinds of technology to ensure that people can plan their journeys from one point to the other. But let's look at the industry in itself. When you look at the number of trips that Lagos generates in a day, we generate about 26 million trips, of which about 15 million are mechanized trips. And of the 15 million mechanized trips, 80% of those trips are catered for by public transport. And so when you look at that, so about 19% are private cars, and then the other 1% water transportation, rail, and you can see that we have a lot of work to do to actually spread those trips. So the key question is, how do we reform the public transport in such a way that we emit less greenhouse gas? And what the Ministry of Transportation is doing is to focus on public transport, because that's where the majority of our trips will come from. And then we'll then focus on the private cars later, because we need to collaborate with the federal government to ensure that we have a policy that would help us to begin to convert our cars to electric, etc. But let's talk about the public transport, what we're doing in public transport for now. So you've heard the lead speaker say that they signed an MOU with the Ministry of Transport and Lamata to begin to decarbonize the public transport sector. So in that MOU, Oando clean energy would actually look at the infrastructure required to actually maintain. So there's no point converting to electric when you don't have the infrastructure to actually power your electric buses or to maintain the electric buses. So part of the agreement is to look at the infrastructure that is required to ensure that we have a sustainable electric bus system. But before we get there, what are we doing now? So he talked about CNG gas being available. And what we're beginning to do now is to pilot with some of our buses. So we have about 10 buses which we are piloting on various corridors just to understand the kind of numbers, the viability of running those, and then the kind of infrastructure required. And then based on that, we then start rolling those buses on various corridors. We've partnered with the French Development Agency to actually develop what we call quality bus corridors. And what we're beginning to do is to see what kind of infrastructure. So for example, if you want to roll out the CNG buses, the bus mode, how would you power it? What kind of facilities do you need to put in your bus stations? Because when you go around the world, you will see that our buses move. When they get to a station to board and alight passengers, there is a kind of mechanism that comes on the bus and then charge the bus immediately, etc. So these are the kind of infrastructure technology that we're looking at just to make sure that we move from diesel to CNG and then finally to electric. But what Lagos State will try to do is to have a mixture of gas as well as electric, so that when there's an issue with a particular sector, we don't shut down the industry. We are also trying to build the rail sector, so we're building the Blue Line. We're trying to get it to passenger operation by first quarter of 2023. We're also building the Red Line, which would share the same track with the National Rail, and we're trying to get that to passenger operation by first quarter in 2023. Now, with the Blue Line, we're trying to make sure that it's electric, and that's why we're deploying Third Rail. We're working with the Ministry of Energy to develop a plant that will power that particular mode, and obviously with the excess power left, they can sell that to other industries, etc. Water transportation also. This Lagos State government has implemented 16 terminals, jetty terminals. And what we're trying to do is to modernize the water transport sector so that more people can use our waterways. We have developed the control room where we can see everything that is happening on our waterways. We have developed what we call the search and rescue unit so that people can respond to emergencies very quickly, because what we're trying to do is to build people's confidence, in using water transportation. And when people see that we can monitor what is happening, on our waterways, I think people will develop that confidence. But what is important is to integrate water transportation with the other various modes of transport. And that's why at every terminal we're building bus stations so that once you get to the end of that terminal, your last mile is catered for. It's important to know that when we give people options, and those options are viable, those options are clean, people will leave their cars at home. But it's important that we provide those options for people, and that's why we're working with Oando, that's why we're working with the Ministry of Energy, we're working with the Ministry of Environment, and we're trying to see how we can begin to decarbonize the public transport sector. The last one I want to talk about is the fact that we're working with Sweden. There's a research group where we're looking at how we can convert waste to fuel, methane. And that research has reached advanced stage, and we're looking to see how we can use that to actually power some of our public transport. So like the lead speaker said, we're trying everything. We'll see what works and what doesn't work. But the most important thing is that Lagos will move away from the downfalls that we have where they're, fueled by, using petrol, as well as the diesel that we use to power, to CNG and then to electric. And when you look at what is happening around the world, you can see that even diesel itself is now becoming unsustainable, because a lot of our operators are beginning to, struggle with the price of diesel. So let's look at something that is viable, something that is clean, something that is cheaper, and something that would encourage a lot of innovations and then create more jobs for people. Thank you.
I don't know why the audience is applauding him, because I am not going to. Honorable Commissioner, I did not hear you talk about the wide axle vehicle problem that we have and its input into our pollution mix. And what I did not hear that clearly. The wide axle vehicles that transit for days on end just to pick up 2 tons of something and leave us with deposits.
Okay, thank you for that. So apart from working with the federal government to actually see how we can develop a policy along that, you would notice that Lagos State, I think at the beginning of this year, started a policy where every single vehicle has to be tested before we get a roadworthiness certificate. What used to happen in Lagos before was that we give people a promise notice, come back in 30 or 60 days and then test your vehicle, and then we give them that roadworthiness certificate, and then people just disappear. And so as a result of that, you have a lot of vehicles, large vehicles that are not roadworthy, etc. But since the beginning of this year, we must see your vehicle before we actually test. Before we give you a roadworthiness certificate. And that has helped to reduce, it's not significant yet, but the number of rickety vehicles, the trucks, etc. on our roads. We are working with NPA, for example, to ensure that they meet a minimum standard before they leave our port. We've started visiting all the bonded terminals to test that with VIS, going randomly just to ensure that we have vehicles and trucks that are roadworthy on our roads. But the long-term policy, we are working with the federal government just to see what we can do. Because yes, we are stringent in Lagos, but there are a lot of people that come from Sokoto, Kaduna, etc., and then they come in with these rickety vehicles. You clamp them, but you get a call somewhere saying, leave the vehicle, it belongs to someone in Kaduna, etc. So all this we have to iron out and just ensure that it's not just a Lagos problem, it's a problem that has to be solved across Nigeria.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, applause is now merited. Now, our development partners have not just a local view on some of these things. They have a global view, and they have tested cases which have succeeded. When we talk about organizations like UNIDO, we not only look to them for money, we look to them for ideas which can travel, which are transferable, which are scalable to our own needs. So it is very important for us in an area of difficulty such as this, which is not a uniform difficulty all over the world, to listen to how UNIDO is going to help us to master some of the issues that surround mobility and things of that nature in terms of what they have done elsewhere.
Thank you very much, and good morning, my moderator, co-panelists, honorable commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. The lead presenter gave a very good presentation. I realized we have two things in common. Number one, he spoke like a UN staff because we deal with a lot of data. And number two, I realized we have similar names. He has Banjo in his name. So I will go straight into possible solutions. But let me first say this. So Lagos, with a population of approximately about 20 million people, about the fourth largest economy in Africa, biggest metropolitan area in Africa. This means that Lagos needs to be competing with similar economies, similar metropolitan areas around the world. Cities like New York, London, Mumbai, which also means that Lagos has no choice on climate action. And going forward, Lagos climate action must be ambitious, but realistic. And to start this, the political will must be there. Without the political will, there will be no progress. My advice is, I don't know if this is in place, Lagos needs to set up an interministerial committee which may also bring in the private sector, maybe through the organized private sector. It could be chaired by the Lagos State Ministry of Environment or co-chaired with another ministerial organization. Because as you see, climate change affects almost every sector that we have. I said yesterday that climate change now determines economies around the world. The type of products we produce, the type of transportation we use, healthcare, even gender. Now, climate change, there are studies going on how climate change affects gender. So, when we have this ambitious Lagos Climate Action Plan, you set up the institutional arrangements to design, to conceptualize, design, implement, and eventually enforce this plan. Then how does Lagos also coordinate its action with surrounding states across the country, and especially also countries? Maybe this is where will be a synergy between the state and the federal. So what are some of the things that can be done? Some things have been mentioned here today. For example, Lagos needs to look very much into areas of clean technologies. Get the SMEs right from startups, where they are just developing their businesses, which means right from the start they have incorporated climate actions. Now Lagos, I would assume that Lagos will be bigger on adaptation than on mitigation, which also brings about the importance of this interministerial committee or council that is advised to be set up. Oando and the Lagos State government mentioned hydrogen. Yes, this is also something that we are looking at. UNIDO has started its global hydrogen program. We have started some sort of discussions at the federal level with the Minister of Petroleum, Minister of Environment, and the Minister of Power. But the best place for hydrogen program to work in Nigeria is in Lagos. And I want to say today, number one is Nigeria must be ready. When the world started the discussions on renewable energy, it started on solar, small hydro, wind. It didn't really make sense economically. But today, they are beginning to make sense. and the world is moving towards those solutions. So Nigeria must be ready. If Lagos is to compete not only environmentally, but economically and socially with the rest of the world, Lagos must be ready. And I want to say today that UNIDO is ready to start collaborations right from this stage with Lagos State Government and Oando on development of green hydrogen in Lagos. So other things that we can look at is areas of energy efficiency. And more than 30%, if you look at energy conservation, more than 30% can be achieved from energy efficiency. The world has gone on a lot about renewable energy, energy access. But now energy efficiency is beginning to get a lot of attention, which means other than also implementing energy efficient technologies, energy efficient products, where it's directly linked to the industries, a lot of education must also be done for our people. People must be sensitized on the needs to procure and use energy efficient products, right from commercial uses and domestic uses. So there are many other initiatives like the circular economy. The Nigeria National Determined Contributions has about 6 sectors. The last that was added was waste management. Nigeria's NDC is quite ambitious. For this NDC to work, Lagos must work. Everybody that wants to work in Nigeria on climate action wants to work with Lagos State, which is realistically, if a state has about 60% of industries in Nigeria, the about 50 majority of cars on its roads is from that particular state as well, and other parameters, then you must work with this state. So circular economy must be implemented in Lagos. Presently, we are signing contract documents for the start of a circular economy project with LOMA and LASEPA in Lagos State, where we will start the implementation of the circular economy project in Lagos. We are also presently in discussions with the World Bank and the European Union, also on supporting some states, which Lagos State is also one of the states in focus. So there are many eco-industrial parks. Lagos is an industrial city. There has to be efforts to coordinate industrial actions. Now, if you are going to have the setup of new industries or even the existing ones, we have to set up eco-industrial parks or green our existing parks. So this is something Lagos has to get very right. Lekki is there. A lot of businesses are going to spring up. You have the Dangote and new industries there. It's going to attract a lot of industries to that area. Lagos should make all efforts to make sure that right from the very start, make sure that the activities there are being greened. And this, we can work with Lagos State to achieve this. So issues on resource efficiency and cleaner production. How do you help industries to produce in a responsible manner? That is what we call them producing, putting environment at the very heart of production. Presently, we are implementing a project which the secretariat of that project is at the headquarters of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And that project is on resource efficiency and cleaner production and industrial energy efficiency. Throughout this month and the first 2 weeks of next month, our experts, both international and local, will be going around the country, Port Harcourt, Kano, Lagos, Abuja, Calabar, holding several trainings right from for policymakers to experts to industries on issues of cleaner production and resource efficiency. So there are many ways that Lagos can achieve greening its industries and thereby. And lastly, let me mention this, is the issue of data. Without data, there is no baseline. Without data, you cannot monitor your progress as a state. If Lagos is to compete with other states, Lagos must be, with other countries and metropolitan areas around the world, Lagos must be able to say, this is where we started from, and this is where we are, and this is where we are going. Data is so important that many developing countries, many developing cities have suffered so much from lack of data. Many times, even development partners cannot really work in an area when there is no baseline information at those areas. So I will stop here and we can continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banjo. I tied together a few threads in your contributions. The concept of connectedness amongst agencies. You call it an interministerial or interagency committee. I tie that in to catching players in the various sectors young, catching them at MSME and SME levels. That is so crucial because the cost of compliance or retrofitting to all of these levels that we're talking about are sometimes unaffordable when machines are already in production and money is being made. And lastly, educating the community itself about the real reasons things are being done. Your policies are good. If you want to encourage multimodal transportation, for instance, people have to understand what you are trying to connect to what. I have just been in a fellow African country last week, and they are so multimodal, it's not funny. It is not a thing that you can picture without experiencing it. To be able to move from an airport to a seaport without having to take independent modes of transportation is a dream. But we are not wired like that right now. And if we are not doing interministerial planning and data sharing, we're not going to get there. So thank you very much for bringing those things up. Let me quickly move to Mr. Prasad of IHS. I understand that Mr. Prasad is actually the boss of Mr. Arosoy. So he has brought with him today a bucket full of facts and figures on how IHS is connecting to these issues and what it is able to offer us, because IHS is also a global company. They're a global player in the areas which are under discussion today. So we'll listen to you attentively, but bring all those nuggets, not just from America, bring them from India, where I know that transportation is one of the things that you have been able to handle and tackle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon to all of you. And just to give a very brief introduction, IHS Towers is a global player, and we provide infrastructure for all the digital services in Nigeria in particular. So all the telecom operators, digital service providers, they share our infrastructure. So while as an industry, the telecom infrastructure, we may not be as intense as transportation sector or as some other high intensity sectors like cement, steel, etc., who consume huge amounts of energy. But we still have our own share of challenges when it comes to the energy issues. As you know that the technologies in telecom are changing daily from 2G to 3G to 4G and now hopefully shortly 5G in Nigeria. So when the technology is changing, the demands on the energy also keep increasing. And as you know that from a very simple call became like call plus mail checking, went to call plus mail plus watching movies and live TV, etc. And in future, of course, it will be everything else. So the mobile world is dynamically evolving. So to meet these increasing energy demands, we set up infrastructure across the country in every nook and corner of Nigeria. And so all these locations which we have set up, they need 24/7 network uptime to ensure that all the digital services provided in the country, because these are very essential services. We cannot imagine a world where if 1 hour digital services are not available, whether it is mobile or broadband, people actually can live. Today it is a fourth basic need, mobile telephony and digital services. So we have to ensure 24/7 uptime. So that is the biggest challenge. But looking at Nigeria as a country, there is a challenge because of the grid availability. The grid is not available at many locations where we operate, and wherever it is available, it is not available reliably like 24 hours. So we are rather forced to depend on alternate power solutions like diesel generators primarily to power all these locations and provide these 24/7 essential services. Unfortunately, we all know that diesel is not an environmental friendly source of energy, and hence it has its own set of issues that will be very evident from all the discussions we had today. So what we are doing at IHS Towers, we have realized the need for providing a sustainable green telecom and digital services in the country as well as in other countries where we operate. So we have actually started a few years back this journey for transforming our networks to green networks. So what we have done in the process, we identified 3 major areas to ensure that it is an integrated approach. The first one is how do we reduce our demand side management, which means how do we reduce our energy consumption itself? Is it possible to reduce? Then we found out that traditionally most of the telecom equipment are indoor. Indoor means in an air-conditioned environment, and they are protected to reduce the heat, etc. And so 25 to 35% of the load used to come from air conditioning. But subsequently over the last few years, we have promoted and adopted outdoor base stations to ensure that we are able to get out of this air conditioning requirements. And almost 70+% of our towers are now adopted outdoor base stations. So we are able to control this 25 to 35% of the energy need itself by removing it. Then the second part what we have also did was, as you know that there are many operators in the country, and each operator has their own network of towers and their own power systems, their own diesel generator, their own equipment, etc., etc. So there was a lot of duplication of energy happening with every operator having his own infrastructure. We tried to combine and provide a unified infrastructure where all operators can actually come and share our infrastructure and offer their services, so that we are able to remove all the duplication of the energy. So this is a very major significant driver to reduce the energy consumption. So most of our towers are actually co-located with multiple operators. So these are the 2 measures which helped us to do first level of improvement in reducing our demand side. Then we went to the second area, which is energy efficiency, wherein traditionally telecom networks across the world, not only in Nigeria, across the world, use lead acid batteries and rectifier power systems, which used to have an efficiency anywhere ranging between 80 to 85%. So almost there is like a 15-20% losses used to happen, and that is a drain for the energy consumption. So in IHS towers over the last few years, we have started adopting latest energy efficient technologies in power systems, as well as in generating stations, as well as in battery storage systems. So we started adopting lithium-ion batteries. We started adopting high energy power system, efficient power system. So today our power systems have moved from that 80-85% to almost like 95% plus efficiency. So this is just right another 10% reduction in the losses that used to happen before. And apart from this particular energy efficiency, then we went to the third aspect now, which we are focusing a little more over the last 2 years. How do we now remove the diesel dependency? The only way we can remove diesel dependency is either we connect to the grid wherever it is available, which is although very limited in Nigeria, unlike in many countries. And second, wherever you connect, can you store that energy when it is available and use it when it is not available? And secondly, can we actually promote alternate energy sources apart from the grid and the diesel? That is where we started utilizing. Fortunately, Nigeria has a very good solar radiation. So we are able to come up with solutions which we are able to invest and install in our locations in a big way to promote solar energy. So it's not a few kilowatts or megawatts, it's a sizable megawatts of solar energy we have deployed over the last 2 years. And then we are going to now double up that solar energy, because the solar panel efficiencies are increasing over the years. We started with 250 watt, then now 300, 400, now we have like 550 watt, 600 watt. So we'll be using the same space, but we will be upgrading and doubling up the capacity of the solar. So we are working a lot on solar energy. And again, solar is available during the daytime, is not available 24 hours. So again, we are trying to harness the solar energy when it is available and store it in lithium-ion batteries, etc., and use it for the rest of the period. So we are investing a lot of our efforts on solarizing our tower. And after doing all this, we still will have a residual diesel left in the network to take care. And hopefully that's when we are assuming that the hydrogen or the ammonia, all these alternate fuels, which may become economically viable and also technically feasible. And once they are commercially, technically and economically viable, we will of course adapt it to replace. And hopefully sometime very short in future, in this decade, not like 2016, 2050, we may 100% get out of diesel and hopefully will become carbon-free network. So that's a small brief just to provide you how we work at IHS Towers to make and contribute our bit of effort to the whole Nigerian environmental friendliness. So hopefully that's what we are trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. I want to quickly leave a question on two labs here, yours and that of the Honorable Commissioner for Transport. What we were told at the beginning of the mobile phone revolution, it is a revolution, there's no doubt in my mind, was that people would move less. Are there any studies? Because if you are providing the technology for me to interconnect, why must I move? Are there any studies that tell us whether these two things will connect? Because embracing clean technology and reducing your carbon footprint as a company or as a service provider does not guarantee to me, as I sit here now, that the people of mobility will have any relief. And I just wanted to leave it on your two laps in case it doesn't come from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have drunk from a very deep well of knowledge from these speakers. First, our keynote speaker, who has given us a background to what the issues and challenges are, and the various sector players who have spoken as panelists from their point of view. It is now time to do Q&A, and I'm sure that my friend, I am told that we have a grand total of 5 minutes. Now, let me just say this before our MC takes over. Please do not give us a lecture. Please direct your question, and your question cannot be longer than half a minute because we have to respond. Over to you, sir. No protocols, no protocols, no protocols, no protocols. Just go, sir. Identify who you are, what sector you are coming from, ask the question.
Let me start from deep within the audience. Here, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frederic. I'm from finance. The generator companies, I think it is all working. The generator companies are just putting to work the district.
Their hands up. Are there runners? Is there anyone
Hello,
else?
hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Yomi Banjo. I'm actually from Nigeria. Mine is not actually a contribution. It's not a question. It's a contribution. Now, Lagos State has gone so far in the energy sector. Then we need to begin to think about how we can actually use renewable energy more now to curb climate change. We need to focus more on biomass gases. We need to energy, which is actually highly not too expensive as burning fossil fuel. And my own imperative on this side is actually moreover. However, the need to support energy projects focusing more on clean technologies by providing tailored finance solution to curb climate change and reducing the air across the value chain. This is actually going to help go a long way, and as well as environment, the benefit of environment and economic benefits of using renewable energy include generating energy that produces greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuels.
We have heard that and more. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm directing this question at Mr. Yomi Banjo from UNIDO. I think we've had 4 industrial revolutions for over 200 years that have created climate change. And now you're asking Nigeria or the third world to decarbonize. Decarbonization is very, very expensive. It puts us at a disadvantage. Because we could use our coal, it's dirty energy. We could use our oil, it's dirty energy. But if we're going to use expensive decarbonizing power to drive our economy, who is going to pay for it? And even the private sector said that they're going to run at a loss, driving a decarbonizing strategy. So it's the United Nations and all the G7 and G8 and G20 and however G numbers we have to come up with a plan. What is the opportunity cost for Nigeria to incorporate decarbonization in its economy to drive itself to the same level of economic development?
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. That is a subject of one seminar on its own, and they are going on every day now, because it will never be resolved. Sea level is rising, temperatures are rising, it is a fact. Who will pay for it is a discussion.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my question goes straight like this. We've had different kinds of decarbonization that we want to have in Lagos State, but I've not really heard anything about how we are very intentional about looking at avoided CO2s and using those avoided CO2s to do carbon trading and putting it into the Article 6 of the new Glasgow Pact.
So I think we need to be a bit intentional about that. Anyone could answer that question. Thank you.
Madam, isn't that a financing question?
Financing question?
Yes.
No. I was saying that we have had different kinds of initiatives concerning decarbonization in different sectors that have been presented here. But I've not had any strategy in terms of how would we capture data concerning avoided CO2, and how do we use those avoided CO2 to do carbon trading?
Okay.
The last question will be taken from Segun Adaju. Is that Segun Adaju? The microphone to him, please.
Thank you so much. My question is straight to the Executive Vice President, Ogbuokiri Anthony. I'm the President of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and I'd like to know what role Ogbuokiri Anthony will play in helping to develop the ecosystem. What do I mean? For example, capacity is a big issue. So you want to do 5 megawatts, 10 megawatts. The challenge is, do you have certified installers? Standard is also another issue. Policy framework. How will Oando, beyond doing business in this space, support the development of the ecosystem totally? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The moderator, sir, over to you.
Well, let's just go in the order of as we're sitting, reacting to what has been posed to you. Have mine.
No, you can use it. Oh, okay. Cool.
It just needed Midas touch. Honestly, the question I would really love to answer was the one posed by the Honorable Commissioner for Health. Honestly, that's the one I want to answer, right? And I have an analogy for it, a very personal analogy. There's a saying that's very common. It's always told by the rich. And it is as simple as this. Money is not everything. But every time we hear it, because we're still aspiring to make money, we say, let me make it first. Then I'll find out if it's not everything. The misunderstanding is this. The poor do not understand that the rich is not saying money is not good. We're both aligned on the fact that money is necessary and it is good, but it is not everything. So the only class of people that can say that it's not everything is the rich. And what they're saying is this: I have made money, and I can here tell you, in your quest for money, make sure that you don't sacrifice your health. You don't sacrifice important relationships. You don't sacrifice your moral compass. You don't sacrifice your soul or spirit. Let's transpose that to energy. The only part of the world that can tell us about energy is the West. We're agreed on the need for energy access and energy security. But they're saying, look what we have done with the environment. In your own quest for development, manufacturing, industrialization, energy access, energy security, do not sacrifice your environment, our environment, your well-being, your health. That's the mentality. It's unfortunate that they developed faster than we did and they hurt the environment. And we're saying, but we only contribute 3.8%. But hey, whatever is done in Denmark will affect us in Nigeria. Whatever we do in Nigeria will affect somebody in Russia someday. The environment is a capsule. It has no geographical boundaries. What we can do is pivot, and we stand as an advantage, sir. We don't have so much of decommissioning to do. We have a gap. Let's bridge that gap with renewables. Let's get funding from the West. They will provide it. And then they will provide it. Today, they're happier to fund a renewable energy plant than to fund me drilling a well in the Niger Delta. As a matter of fact, people that still fund the drilling of wells want to see your sustainability.
I warn that this will take the whole day.
So, sir, we're all in it together. They messed it up. We will all clean it up.
Thank you. So a lot of the questions that have been asked, right, relate to what is the state government doing about the situation we find ourselves. But to be able to answer that question, let's first of all react on or reflect on what a number of people have said here today. We've talked about the industry, the energy dependency of the industry and transportation sector. For a lot of people, and you probably realize this too, the only thing a car does is to turn your fuel into motion. So your car just depends on fuel. The rest of it, parts, etc., do not cost nearly as much as it costs you to fuel your car over the lifetime of that car. So it's extremely important that we find a way to start dealing with that. Somebody talked about Nigeria and Lagos in context. 60% of the industry in Nigeria are in Lagos. 50% of the transportation in Nigeria is in Lagos, including those who start from Lagos to end up in other places. And the question is, what are we doing about it? I think that was a question that you asked. And then let's talk about the energy consumption. If 60% of the industry is in Lagos, in Nigeria is in Lagos, how much energy should Lagos be consuming? Lagos is allocated 24 to 25% of the energy generated by the national grid. That's inequitable. What that has resulted in is that over the past 3 years, Lagos has imported a fleet of 8,000 megawatts of diesel generators, many of which have ended up with IHS. A lot of which is in other places as well. And they're certainly doing a lot to improve it, but that's the reality of our situation. We get 24% of the energy required. Now remember, what does that 24% translate into? It translates into about 800 megawatts of electricity at best. 800 megawatts of electricity. Compare that to, I said, 8,000 megawatts fleet of diesel generators imported into Lagos over the past 3 years. That says that there's something wrong with the way the national system is working. Another speaker said we have had 6 grid collapses this year alone. I know that better than many people because I see it when it happens, literally. 6 grid collapses and counting. It is not enough anymore for us to sit down and say we're going to depend on a national grid. What that results in is increasing pollution in the environment by bringing in more inefficient generators that are also more expensive. So we've taken a decision in Lagos State and we announced our power policy in December last year. We've been having consultations with the stakeholders for the past 2 years. The Lagos EXCO approved the Lagos Electricity Law on Monday, which is now in the National Assembly in the State Assembly for them to deliberate. The intention is to separate the Lagos grid from the national grid so that we can now hold our destiny in our hands. Another thing that we have said in the policy is that we're going to achieve 1 gigawatt from renewables by the year 2030. That's in 8 years' time. And what we've done is to bring all of the stakeholders together, including renewable energy, to try and determine what they expect to see going forward. From their best case analysis, they've said they can generate 500 megawatts. We've doubled that to say we will encourage them and support them and ensure that we achieve 1 gigawatt by 2030. And that's going to go a long way to clean up the environment. A lot of the other things we've talked about, 99% of the transportation in Lagos is on roads. We've started to say we need to move people from the roads to the trains. We've got the rail lines coming up. We have a power solution for the rail line that's going to ensure that we can then start to clean up the environment. Now, the red line, phase 1 of the red line, will run on diesel because we're running on the national grid and we have to share the same signaling infrastructure. But the blue line, which we're building by ourselves, is not going to run on diesel. It's going to run on electricity, and we're doing our best to ensure that we get the most efficient electricity generation solution available for that. So the state government, by creating policies and by creating laws, is doing its best to ensure that we start to move from this high carbon situation we find ourselves to a lower carbon. Now, the question I wanted to answer again was the question posed by Prof, but I don't think I can do better than Ademola has done, so I'm going to skip that one. I think he's done a very good job. So I think in the interest of time, let me allow others to react. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would take the question on carbon trading because I think that's a very interesting question. So what we have done in Lagos is to measure the greenhouse gas that we emit today, and then we forecast what we would emit in 30 years' time based on population forecast and other activities that would happen. And then we have now simulated the intervention of the strategic transport master plan. That's the 7 rail lines, the 14 BLTs, etc. And then look at the savings that we would get as a result of those interventions. And we have calculated that, we have converted that into money, but there is a problem. You see, the conversion, I mean, the amount of GHG that you calculate is dependent on the kind of model that you build. So it's not like in the energy sector where 1 kilojoule of energy in Nigeria is the same as 1 kilojoule in Ghana, etc. It is dependent on the spatial distribution of your model, etc. So nobody has been able to agree, okay, what's the saving in greenhouse gas in the transport sector? And that's why when you look at what has been happening in terms of carbon trading and then the kind of project that has been funded, you will see that only 2 transport projects have been funded in the world in the last 3 or 4 years, whereas energy projects, I mean, there are a lot of energy projects that have been funded. So there's still a problem as to how we standardize the kind of model that we use to actually calculate the savings in greenhouse gas. So that's the problem that we have with that. Just to touch on your question, which is a bit tricky, and the question is, has GSM improved mobility in Lagos? They brought it down. So that's a difficult question to answer. I won't say there's a study, but the problem that Lagos has is that as you improve infrastructure, more people come, and so the problem gets more, I mean, compounded, and then so it's a moving target for Lagos. And Lagos just continues to try and say, okay, what kind of sustainable infrastructure can we put in place just to manage the explosion in population that we're experiencing. And that's why the mass transit, the rail line, etc. is very important for us just to ensure. And then the collaboration with neighboring states, we haven't mentioned that. So people say that 100 million people would live in Lagos. We don't want them to come to Lagos. We want some of them to live in Ogun State, and then we then transport them to Lagos and then take them back. And even Ibadan with the, if we're able to do the bullet trains, etc., we don't want these people in Lagos. So those are the kind of infrastructure that we need to look at just to make sure that we retain sanity in Lagos. So it's a difficult question to answer. The target is a moving target, and it's something that we will look into again and then see whether we can just get some reasonable impact from GSM.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. So, one resource that we all own, irrespective of age, tribe, location, is the environment. And also, this environment has no boundary. There are international waters. The land, you step outside, just one step from the border of Nigeria, you are in Cameroon, you are in Niger, which means we have absolutely no choice but to participate and engage in this action. But what has also happened is, so the United Nations came up with the UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement and the rest, which gave each country an opportunity to develop its own national determined contributions. And what this national determined contribution does is that it gives the country an opportunity to identify its priority sectors and formulate a plan on how to adapt and mitigate these problems. The best thing Nigeria needs, I will go with my brother, is not actually the money, it's the capacity. If Nigeria builds the capacity, a lot of the problems will be solved. But also, what has also happened is, within this framework, there are also what we call the donor countries. who are also committing funds, because this has been a debate, a very hot debate over years, that we are not the real emitters of these greenhouse gases. Why must we be forced to pay for it? No matter what, we are also emitting some amount. It may not be as much as that from the highly industrialized states. But yes, so the donor countries are there. They are committing funds. These funds is being managed by them and the United Nations. But let us work more towards building the capacity. And that is why we are also working with the country, working with the states to attract partners and also to build capacity for the country and Lagos State to be able to solve its own localized problems and contribute to this global objective of solving climate change. Thank you. I'll stop there.
So I like to only just address 2 points which moderator has requested. One is on how these digital services actually connected to transportation and other sectors. As all of us are aware, the digital services are like an enabler. They enable not only the transport sector, but they enable actually every industry and every sector. The way we live will be completely different with each of the generation of technology evolution. Like the way we live in 4G will be different from the way we are going to live in 5G. So with the lifestyle changes coming because of the digital enablement, many advantages and many important things that get benefited in other sectors. For example, transport sector. We have seen during COVID how many of the office goers have stopped going to office but still work continues, except where there is a physical presence required for a person to be there. That is just only one small example, a tip of the iceberg on what digital enablement can actually do to reduce the transportation, for example. There is also going to be one very interesting technology adoption that will come in future, that is called IoT, Internet of Things. What it does is it will put sensors in every equipment that is there in the world, and then it will start measuring every parameter of that equipment. For example, if you take a vehicle, it will start measuring the engine performance, the engine vibrations, the engine noise, the engine variety of parameters of engine, which is then brought back to a central location, analyzed in detail using artificial intelligence and machine learning systems, which can then throw a big light on what is the issue with this equipment. Why is it not functioning at the most optimum and most efficient way? Where is the leakage? And it will give those insights for immediate rectification, which reduces a lot of inefficiency in the way we are wasting energy. And then it also provides insights to everybody when the vehicle will come where, so that he doesn't have to use his own private vehicle. He can just jump into a public vehicle which is available. Today, if he has to use public vehicle in some countries, he has to maybe wait for hours, and the vehicle may not come on time. We don't know when it will come, where is it, how, so many things we don't know. But all these things will be enabled using the digital technologies. They will help in optimizing many ways in which we live. So that is one. Second, coming to nothing to do with IHS towers, but India. In India, we had a similar problem, maybe like 15 years back, when we have not adopted the renewable energy in a big way. The issues we had were three. One, the energy deficit, means that supply is much less than the demand. So there is a gap. Because of the gap, we used to have same situation where the power was not available for 24 hours, and when it is available, it is not sufficient, then the failures, grid failures, etc. So what the government has done, one step there, was to privatize the power generation. Earlier, before that, power generation was always the state bodies used to generate power, but then they have privatized. So anybody who has ability to generate power was given an opportunity to generate power and then connect to the grid. So one is that. That helped us in setting up many power plants and hence helped us in increasing the generation tremendously. So that gap has been almost made zero. The second thing what they have done is, in many parts of the country, the connectivity was not there, means energy access is not there. People are not connected with the distribution network and transmission networks. So government has again liberalized that particular sector and allowed the private public participation to happen in that area, and many people are allowed to come and connect the transmission and distribution networks, and they have privatized some of these discoms. The third, and that has helped in connecting all the parts of the country in a big way. And the third thing they have done is renewable energy adoption. So at one time, the price per watt and the price per kilowatt hour of renewable energy, say solar, used to be almost like say 7-8 times of the grid power cost. So obviously nobody will adopt. So what the government has done is they have done multiple measures to bring it down, the unitary economics, so that people are able to adopt. One of them was, for example, they started indigenous manufacturing of solar panels and all other things required. Second, they have liberalized the import duty structures, and on solar panel, for example, it's zero import duty. And third, they have also utilized the scale, because India has a very massive scale, and with the scale, they are able to get a better pricing power. So they are able to drastically reduce the price per watt and price per kilowatt hour, and at some point after 3-4 years of offering some incentives, including some subsidies, they are able to actually get the grid parity for the renewable energy. Once the grid parity has come, today I think in the last 7-8 years, it was adopted much more, and maybe like majority of the energy is actually coming from renewable energy now, wind and solar.
Thank you, Prasad. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate this particular panel for the plenary session. Thank you so much. Let me invite the Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Services, for a group photograph with them. Our appreciation to the moderator, Mr. Soji Awugbade, the lead speaker, Mr. Ademola Ogunbanjo, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Engineer Olalere Odusote, his counterpart in the Ministry of Transportation, Dr. Frederic Oladeinde, UNIDO, from UNIDO, Environmental Sustainability, Energy and Industrial Expert, Yomi Banjo, as well as the Chief Technical Officer, IHS, Sairam Prasad. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we'll go on for a short tea break. That will last for just 15 minutes. We have 3 points. The first point is the VIP room that has been reserved for members of ESCO, permanent secretaries there, and our speakers. And we have 2 other points for every other person in this hall. Let me also formally welcome Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Agric, Rice Initiative, Dr. Oluwarotimi Fashola. He has been with us all the while. You're welcome, sir. Let me also welcome Permanent Secretary, Sustainable Development Goals and Investments, Lagos Global, Mrs. Abosede George. Thanks for coming. Also here, let's welcome Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, Engineer Abiola Koshegbe. We also have in our midst Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Mrs. Olatokunbo Emopai. You are very much welcome, ma'am. And from the environment family, we have Managing Director, Lagos State Advertisement and Signage Agency, Prince Adedamola Ogunbanjo. Also here, General Manager of LASEPA, Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, as well as the Kai Corps Marshal, Retired Commissioner of Police, Mrs. Bemi Akinpelu. So let me remind us once again, we have just 15 minutes for the tea break. There are 3 points, the VIP room and 2 other points for the majority of us.
Hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Dr. Fashere, please. Dr. Fashere. Thank you, ma. Can I also have Dr. Ajayi Theophilus? Dr. Ajayi, please come over. So that we just roll it out. You're welcome.
Well, if she's 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes, so just finalize the panel technical aspect. We also have a presentation by Dr. Fashion. Yeah, that's okay, so I want to know who's going on first. Is it her? She goes first, because she's online. Okay, so. Well, just one last bit so she can hear us. They're bringing up a cable now to sort that out. So within 2 minutes, we're good to go. So what do you suggest? Just if you hold for 2 minutes, that's it. Just hold for 2 minutes, and that's it. So she'll go on first, and then after she goes on, your presentation will come on the screen. The clicker is not quick permission because we didn't know you had a presentation. But I'm over here and I'll just slide. Yeah, that's fine. You can just go. Okay, thank you so much. So just to
I'd love to sit here, so it's
I was actually going to say, like, that way you're in the middle, you can speak to both. There you go. Dan, please help me speak to Objects to bring that cable real quick. That's what we're waiting for. She just switched at the. Just like this, she can. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon once again. Yeah. Correct. UNESCO Institute. Who's that uncle? Really? How do you come about that? Hello.
Okay, testing. Okay, you should be able to hear us loud and clear on Zoom now. Can you hear us loud and clear?
I don't know if I can speak to anyone else.
Can you just speak for us so we can check if we can hear you?
Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. Okay, so can you just speak up again for us?
Testing.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let me just take this down a little bit. How about now? Can you still hear us?
I can still hear you, yes.
Okay, we probably need you to be a bit louder for us, please.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me put this. Is that a bit better?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Guys, what are we doing? We need to stop connecting now. I need to go. What are you plugging into? This auxiliary 3. Okay, thank you.
Let me start by saying good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, and in particular, let me welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Health. This is your domain. The title of this session is Improving Health Indices Through Investment in Air Quality Management. Excuse me, please, over there. Thank you very much. If we talk of air quality, it is measured with specific system, specific equipment. But one thing is very significant in air quality. It is just a measure of how clean the air is or how polluted the air is. I would not like to bore you. you to rule first. Are you with us, please? Can you hear me? Please, can we hear you? Please go ahead with your presentation. And you have a maximum of 7 minutes, if you don't mind. Go ahead. Thank you. We have just 30 seconds left. Thank you very much. And let that be the last thing, please. Thank you very much. That is happening in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate your presentation, especially telling us that the second largest cause of death in Africa, which I call premature mortality, is air pollution. And I know, and I'm happy that you did say that it requires multi-sectoral response. Dr. Fashawe, what is your response on this? Now your presentation. 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone, especially the Honorable Commissioner for Health and the MD, IHS, whom I dragged into here as a potential partner in investing in air quality monitoring in Lagos State. She has pretty much said almost everything I wanted to say, so I'll just react to what I picked out from her conversation. But please go through my slides as I speak. Now, connecting air quality with health data is something we stumbled upon accidentally last year. Dr. Ajayi from the Ministry of Health represented the commissioner at a forum of pulmonologists who gave us data showing that at a certain time in Ikorodu, local government area of Lagos State, there was a sudden increase in bronchitis, asthma, allergy, and there I was talking about air quality. And at exactly the same time, we were running a project with the World Bank, who had given us 8 air quality monitoring machines. And one of these machines was in Ikorodu, Odogunyan. And at this particular period, it was flashing red lights, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. And I'm thinking to myself, evacuate to where, how, who? And we went there to see. And it was amazing to see that a steel smelting factory was recycling, smelting, without going through the due process. Their furnaces were faulty. Everywhere was covered in soot. Even on your skin, you could see it. And the most interesting thing is, at the same exact time, these pulmonologists were recording a case of increased pneumonia, bronchitis, and all. So at that point in time, I'm a medical doctor, but I'm also the general manager of the Environmental Protection Agency. I decided that focusing on the health impact of air quality is the way to go. Let's move back a little to HIV/AIDS. When HIV/AIDS came on board, it was a stigmatized situation, but we started talking about it and started using scare tactics. We started talking about cancer, putting on cigarette packs. Cigarettes cause cancer. I think in air quality management, it's about time we start letting people know the direct correlation between your quality of life, your health, and the air quality. Air pollution affects people throughout our lifetime, from before we are born, as children, as adults, and in the elderly. The doctor spoke about all of that, so I'm just going to scroll through and talk as an environmentalist. Okay, in managing air quality, really, we cannot leave it all to government and air quality monitoring machines. Right now in Lagos State, World Bank came with 7, left 1 behind, and there's 1 in the consulate, American embassy or American consulate, whom we're referencing it with. The other one is in my office in Lagos State, Alausa, LASEPA. It doesn't do much for us. It doesn't cover the required area we need to cover. What do we then advocate? We're starting to tell everybody in this room and everybody out there that you can take charge of the air quality. What messes up the air? It's what we put into the air. Most of the time is anthropogenic activities. We heard in the major room about how transportation is the highest. We did a study, and in doing source apportionment, transportation got the highest percentage. And why is this? Cars are not made to pollute the air. It's because we're not servicing our cars as at when due. It's because our fuel is not completely combusting. It's because some substances that should not be in fuel is still being allowed into this country. Those are things we need to start looking at. In the Paris Convention, about 37 countries signed into something called nationally determined contributions. What will we do as a nation to reduce greenhouse gases, fight global warming, and fight climate change? I am putting it to us that we should start thinking of state-determined contributions and self-determined contributions. And from our homes, cooking with fire with wood is a major pollutant of the air. Emitting greenhouse gases, the NOxes, the SOxes, carbon dioxide. I don't want to go into the science of it, but air, oxygen is clean, is transparent, is odorless, and you can see through. Anything that affects any of these things is polluting the air and damaging our health, albeit on the long term. We are starting to see people come down with lung cancer, people who have never smoked in their lives, but they have been exposed to asbestos, exposed to inhaling particulate matter 2.5 and above for like 20 years. Of course, it will come back to haunt you. So my message really is what we are doing in LASEPA. We're restructuring the agency to go more into advocacy, go more into teaching people, go more into telling people. We have a Lagos Clean Air Initiative, and Lagos State, I am very happy that the governor right now, in his 6-pillar agenda, put health and environment together, because he knows that your health is directly proportional to the quality of your environment. We have a climate action plan. In that nationally determined contributions, I can tell you that Lagos State is determining about 80 of it. And if all of us in here start to read about air quality and start to manage air quality, that 80 will move to 90. And honestly, it's just very simple. We see smoky cars on the road, and the police just ignore it. Road safety ignores it. LASMA ignores it. We need to start to make policies, which is what our climate action plan is all about air pollution. Heavy-duty machinery, heavy-duty machinery, heavy-duty manufacturers. We're talking to manufacturers, we're talking textile industries, and we're encouraging recycling and reusing and proper disposal of waste. When we don't manage waste properly, it leads to air pollution. And our major strategy for the future is government cannot do it alone. We are currently partnering with the United States of America, who have supported us with a professor to give us technical support in the space of monitoring air quality. We are talking to multinationals and internationals, telcos, manufacturers, bottling companies, to join us in teaching, informing, educating, and communicating with the public as we have done here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know one interesting thing? Dr. Fasha will not like me. Dr. Fasha is the environmental police person in Lagos State. I'm the police person in this particular session. You said something that really catches my fancy, which is the fact that take care of air quality. And she did say that our quality of life, our health, and air quality are three elements, like three fingers infected by whitlow, that we must take care of. Therefore, Dr. Ajayi Theophilus, do you agree with this?
Thank you very much. My Honorary Commissioner for Health, and all protocol duly observed. Well, Dr. Dolapo has told in the show, but at the same time, I have a lot of things to say too. Well, we are all seated here. But the first thing I want to say is that those out there, are they aware of air quality? Have we created enough awareness? If we don't do this, we are wasting our time. And those of us seated here, we also add that poor air quality affects our health. It causes cardiovascular disorder, respiratory disorder. But looking at the states, I don't want to go to what we do naturally, what we're doing, but I'll get into it later very soon. How do we work together to ensure air quality? It is very essential that air quality management has come to stay, and we have to improve on it. But we need to do the following things. One, in Lagos State, most agencies work in silos. We need inter-agency collaboration. Once we do this, my GM was talking about vehicular emission all around the city, and the police are not doing anything. Actually, it is the function of the inter-agency activity. If we collaborate together, we can form a team to ensure these things are actually stopped. So what are we talking about? We need to go into the environment, correct whatever is causing this, reduce emission, etc. And apart from that, in our monitoring activities, we need to become harmonized. Harmonization will assist us to cascade down to every sectors and every streams of the economy, what we are doing. The common people out there will now be able to understand what is air quality, how do we control air quality, what is it to the life. People, if you tell people that if you put Papau there, vehicular emission will kill them, they'll say it's a lie. So those are the things I think we need to look into. I actually agree with her. Thank you so much.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we go into question and answer session, permit me to just drop this. Occasionally, when we move in Lagos, outside Lagos, elsewhere, we suffer some irritation, maybe in our eyes, in our nose, occasionally in our throat. What you see, what causes that is called particulate matters, which are small, small things in the environment. Some of them are fine, some of them are coarse, because they are measured in terms of size, if you like. When it is 2.5, when the PM is 2.5, that is those small, small particles in the environment, we say they are fine particulates. And when they are big, when they are coarse, up to 10, we say they are coarse particulate matters. So in going to question and answer now, I think I would like to fire the first bullet at Dr. Fashawe. I was disturbed when we had the presentation in the morning from Oando. I hope that figure has been validated when it said that the air quality index, AQI, in Lagos is 127. Honorable Commissioner, sir, I was worried. Because anything above 100 in air quality is very, very bad. So my question is for the Commissioner of, sorry, not for the Commissioner of Health, I won't bother you, sir, for Dr. Fashawe. For Dr. Fashawe. Could this be true? We have 127 AQI in Lagos State, and when the threshold should be 100, anything above 100 calls for great concern. Your response, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Awogbade is in here, and I had said to him as we were coming in, as an environmental lawyer, he should be suing the country and suing the state for poor air quality. This study was carried out by World Bank in 2020, and it was validated. For it to be published, it must have been validated. And I want to quickly tell you what that resulted into. It resulted into, I'll tell you exactly how many people died because of that, and how many children, how many adults, and in what proportion. We had about 11,700 premature deaths because of that air quality index. Economic loss was $2.1 billion. Economic loss meaning that downtime, people not coming to work, breadwinner dying from lung cancer and all. And we had 11,200 premature deaths, the highest in West Africa for that year due to air pollution. And out of this 11,200, the most painful part of it is that children under 5 accounted for 50% of the total number of deaths due to poor air quality. And I believe this is what made this current dispensation pay more attention to the to environment and climate. We have a climate action plan, which is intersectoral, Dr. Ajayi, multi-sectoral, and it has every sector of the government contributing and having a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that Lagos State government is taking this with all level of seriousness. Very well done. The floor is now open for questions, comments. And I will appreciate if you can be smart, succinct, and clear about your question. Therefore, please raise your hands. I'll be very sensitive regarding gender. I will call a lady first. If I see a lady's hand first, because I come from a lady or a woman. So, ladies, raise your hands. You are the first to go. I can see a masculine hand up. I have not seen a feminine one. Are there no ladies in the house? Otherwise, I will call somebody now. Titi, your question. Yes, can somebody have the mic? Comment. Yes, comments, if there is no question from you. Because I know you are the vanguard of environmental sustainability. Think of it. Thank you very much. Yes, Because you sit beside her, let me give a chance to people behind her. Yes, the gentleman in yellow and in glasses. Let's be succinct, let's be brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Olajide.
Yes, sir.
My first question goes to the doctor. You've been talking about climate action, and where Nigeria is going to now, we have a lot of policies that is now actually implemented. I don't know how we are trying to look at the components of air quality in that climate change plan to actually, replicate the solutions you have been talking about. And the last one is, how do you manage political will when it comes to your implementation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please note all the questions. Yes. Okay. Please go ahead, sir. Maybe I take 2 questions more because Professor Law is already signaling that we need to close this shop.
More of a comment.
Go ahead.
I think we'll go better by not just looking at this air pollution, where they are, but more importantly, what can we do? And that brings me to the issue of tree planting. You see, most uses of trees people don't know is air quality control. You see, the bark of trees absorb this noxious gases. So we need to do some studies in trying to factor equity in our tree planting campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the lady there and the gentleman with red cap. The lady first, please. I come from a woman.
My name is Mercy from International Center for Environmental Health and Development. We're talking about air quality. I just came back to what happened. It's something that happened last year, ending of last year. A friend of mine happened to live in a rugged area. The place is actually too rugged, but the situation there is that there are some guys there that smoke. They don't just smoke cigarettes. They smoke what we call the book. So, but this is what I'm driving at. Now, the smoking is not the problem initially, but it's issue that you have buildings that are built so close to each other, and what moves from one building enters through the window of another building. Then you end up hanging clothes in your room, and your clothes start smelling the room. So now this is what it sounds so crazy until I saw it and I perceived if I could believe it. It was hard to believe. So why am I saying this? Please, I want to know, these things they smoke, are we saying it does not affect the air quality? That is number one. Secondly, what are we doing about it? Thank you.
And if the Igbo affects your cloth, you are afraid whether it will affect your body. The last person, please. Then our...
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
My name is Tpl Moses. I know climate action is multi-sectoral. And looking at the Lagos perspective, LASEPA is for Lagos State. What we look for the national level extra and conjunction with private sector, that's from government sectoral perspective. We're looking at our PPP, public-private partnership, in terms of enforcement of standards of laws. Who you see at form of an enforcement? You only look at air quality, look at atmosphere, look at carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, nitrogen oxide, being polluted. How do you see it in that perspective?
Thank you very much. I think we can now allow our teachers, our lecturers, of our facilitators, for lack of more better words, to respond. And may I know whether Dr. One, are you still online, ma? If not, let me have Dr. Fashawe. Please, bear with me, I come from a woman.
Thank you very much. I'll just be quick. First to Titi. In everything, I think the woman is the underdog, because the woman who is cooking with firewood and has a baby on her back is exposed to poor air quality. The baby itself is exposed to a poor air quality. Poor air quality has been known to cause premature births, premature labor. It has also been known to cause death at delivery. So yes, it's something gender activists need to look at and talk more about. And to Olumide, the Climate Action Plan, it's online. You can, there's a barcode, even the booklet is everywhere. And you as a private citizen, you as a CSO and NGO also has a role to play. It is a plan, but we are hoping it will become a policy and eventually a law. If it is institutionalized, there's no matter of political will. You like it or not, it has come to stay. And that is what we're working towards in Lagos State. And as per indoor air pollution, the Igbo's smelling, in some states, in some countries, is illicit substances. So, in some countries, it is legal because there's diffusion. It may not harm you if you're walking by really. What you put into the particular matter is it's complex. But indoors, indoor air pollution is something we are not looking about, but we should be talking about it. If it smells on your cloth, to the best of my knowledge, it affects your cognition and your neurological function. I can't talk about the law that will say I will have to arrest the person next door. Maybe Commissioner for Health will talk about that. And about the obnoxious
as the General Manager of the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LAPCA, in August 2019. She is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and the Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN. She is also the current chairman, Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers, NIEE Lagos chapter. She is married with children. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Engineer Abiola Koshegbe. The discussants.
Thank you. My discussion guide will take us through the unsustainable activities of cities, results of unsustainable development, the population of Lagos State, green corridors and resilient cities, the actual role of Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, the efforts of Lagos State, including the Green Initiative, which I had earlier mentioned. Throughout the last 2 days, we've talked consistently about climate change and the effects on the city. So we know that the global environment is actually reeling from the effects of climate change. Exploitation of the planet by all of us. We also know that cities, they occupy only 3% of the Earth's land mass, although they generate 70% of the world's GDP. They account for 60 to 80% of global energy consumption. They contribute to almost 75% of carbon emission, and they generate 70% waste. So if we look at cities as a whole, let's look at this building we're in, our drive to come to this venue. Cities are full of construction. Anywhere you go, construction everywhere. The built environment generates nearly 50% of the annual global emissions. Building operations generates 27%. Building materials and construction takes up another 20% annually. Just the materials to construct this building alone we're not just talking about the blocks, the lighting, everything. The manufacturing of those blocks, the embodied energy, the manufacturing, the transportation, everything that it entails to actually make up construction is one aspect. A lot of energy consumption. Then we now talk about even utilizing the property itself. More energy consumption. So cities, that's why we say that cities actually contribute a lot to the energy consumption. And then what are actually the results of unsustainable development? We've said it over the last 2 days. We've talked about flooding. We've talked about environmental pollution. We've talked about, so I think we've gone past this slide. Yes, so we're talking about the results. And we can see, even recently in Lagos State, we had flooding in places like Agege. You know, where if we talk about rising sea levels, we're assuming that we have flooding maybe around Lekki, Ikoyi. But no, we're having flooding in places like Alimosho, you know. So what's happening? Why such events? We have issues, even the resultant effects of unsustainable development, building collapse. All these things are a result of climate change. When we take Lagos, for example, in the 1950s, the population of Lagos was under 300,000. It was a serene place. If you look at pictures of Lagos, you see people cycling in the middle of the road. You see very few cars. Next slide, please.
very few cars on the road. So you can see Lagos, these are pictures taken sometime in the 60s. People are cycling around on Lagos Island. You can see serene environment. As of today, we all know what that looks like. So the population growth of Lagos State, it's quite huge. Compared to, if you look at the graph, compared to when we're talking about the 50s, where we had under 300,000 as population, now we're talking about over 23 million. And the land space is not increasing, it's still the same land space that we're talking about. We're having a projection of over 30 million on this same land space that we're talking about. And the effect is construction. We're changing natural green spaces and wetlands. Some people mentioned it earlier. We're changing them to concrete spaces. What can we do? People have to stay somewhere. So open spaces, green areas, designated wetlands, they're all being converted to construction sites. There's no more land. So what's happening? We're sand filling, we're reclaiming, all because there needs to be somewhere for people to live. The population pressure, rapid urbanization, uncontrolled migration is resulting in housing demand, and in turn it results in unsustainable urban sprawling, slum development. So this is the situation that Lagos actually finds itself, especially in terms of climate change. When we look at the policy background, we have the SDG goals for Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. We look, even though I would say that every single aspect of the SDG goals affects the Ministry of Environment one way or the other. But when we look at goal 11, sustainable cities and communities, and goal 13, these are goals that key into the ministry's mandate and what we need to do. So the role of physical planning in the topic that we're talking about, creating green corridors and resilient cities. Physical planning has the mandate of creating operating development plans, amongst other things. So what are ODPs? These are guides, we call it like user manuals, instructions, guides that the city needs to use for planning purposes. When we talk about conformity with the ODPs, achieving livable, functional cities, these are the ODPs that are put in place for the citizens. We encourage communities' common good rather than individual interests. So that's holistic planning. The ODPs, for example, let's say we have Lekki Model City Plan, Ekpe Master Plan, all these Model City Plans, Master Plans, Action Area Plans, they are all guides that we're expected to follow in order for us to have a sustainable city. We discourage manipulation of these ODPs, and we expect people to stick to the standards. In this administration alone, we've been working on over 24 ODPs. We're reviewing areas like Alimosho. We're working on areas like the fast-growing axis, which is Ibejuleki axis. We're working on Lekki Master Model City Plan, Ibejuleki Model City Plan. All those plans are being worked on as we speak. When we talk about baseline studies, all the master plans have baseline studies. And if anyone is interested to know, the documents are actually there for anyone to obtain. So like I said, what are the efforts of the Lagos State government?
The efforts include, like I had said earlier, regulations, policy development, and what are we saying? In our regulations, we stipulate areas for open spaces. We stipulate areas for greenery and all that. And we also look at, if you look at, for example, you take your application to an agency like LASPA and you want to build in an area, they will tell you leave some airspaces, leave some setbacks. There are reasons for all this. Unfortunately for us in Lagos, we want to build up the whole space. If they tell you leave 3 meters, you want to leave 1 meter. There are reasons for all these setbacks. It's all to do with ensuring that you have part of the space for landscaping and connecting with nature. We have, yes, I talked about the preparation of the ODPs. Now we mentioned earlier in the earlier session about the working with the Nigerian Energy Support Program, working on the Building Energy Efficiency Code. Today, there was supposed to be another session in Alausa, which I was supposed to be at, where we invited all professional bodies to discuss about the National Building Code. The National Building Code for Lagos State, which may be tagged the Lagos State Building Code, is expected to incorporate the Building Energy Efficiency Code and also green initiatives. So green initiative for us is where we look at, we're ensuring that buildings are energy efficient. So if it takes you to design your building in such a way that you have, like earlier pictures that were shown, where you have greenery even in your building, then that is even better for us. Next slide. I mentioned the ODPs that we're working on for every area in Lagos State. There's a plan. And every area actually has, it's usually holistic. There's designated open spaces. There are different aspects. So when you apply, for example, you need to buy a piece of land, you will need to apply to physical planning for planning information before you buy, to ensure that you are not buying a place that is already designated a wetland or buying a place that is already designated an open space. If you do that, you'll not be able to build on it. Or you now start trying to build illegally, and then maybe they steal up your property or they demolish your property, and then there's outcry, people spending so much money. But what happened before that? We need to be aware of all this. When we talk about green corridors, and so when we look at what we've been doing in Lagos State in previous years, we have the Lagos State Physical Planning Permit Authority, and they deal with land that is verged, land that is surveyed. You get your survey and you apply to LASPA. What about the land, the setback between your land and the road? The incidental open spaces where we have mechanic villages, or we have people, as soon as they see an empty space that is big enough to put a kiosk, we have shops lined up. There is no space for the green corridor that we're talking about. So we have LASFEMA, which is the Lagos State Physical and Environmental Monitoring Agency, which is being repositioned to ensure that open spaces and setbacks are kept specifically for certain purposes, including the green corridor that we're talking about. We want to ensure that the whole area, the setbacks, the open spaces are guided. So LASFEMA is currently working on these areas, which for a long time have been no man's land. It has been space that probably the local government will just see as empty space, and then ask some people to put their shops along it, and or some omoniles will see a little setback, and they allocate it for the kiosk. So Lagos is beginning to look like a jungle city because we have left that space without any guidelines. So the Ministry of Physical Planning and LASFEMA are working on ensuring that we also capture that space and manage it effectively. Some of the other things, further action plan that we're talking about creating planning networks and connections, designing for the needs of the community, ensuring that part of what we do takes care of wildlife, integration of green infrastructure I mentioned earlier through policies and practices. So Lagos will evolve into a full resilient city through these initiatives that we're talking about. If we talk about sponge cities, we know that places like China are currently practicing such, and there's nothing wrong in capturing whatever is good from other cities. In conclusion, we know that cities like Montreal, Mexico City, and other cities, even when we look at similar cities like Amsterdam, like somebody mentioned in the earlier session, we look at Venice, water cities, Lagos is working in the right direction. And so we're working towards our green city concept, achieving harmonious living with nature, and our policies are in line with all that. We must ensure that we keep our green spaces and also work on our green corridors. The success of everything that the state government intends to achieve in the aspect of going back to nature is in our own hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. And indeed, she saved us extra 2 minutes. And I think she deserves another round of applause. So we are going to hear from our panelists, and we are going to do a round of 3 minutes intervention. However, before they go into it, I just want us to address our minds, because we're going to come to the audience to get your questions. Green corridors are critical for our development. Yesterday, we heard about how much Lagos has in terms of infrastructure deficit, and how there's going to be a lot of infrastructure development in Lagos. However, each time we are building a concrete infrastructure, we are going to be displacing some animals, some plants, some green area probably will be affected. So how do we mitigate this? What do we do about it? A few years ago, with the Lagos Environmental Sanitation Network, a group of NGOs, when the Lekki-Epe Express Corridor was being developed, we approached the concessionaire and said, look, we are disrupting a lot of flora and fauna in this area. Let's work with you to have a green corridor. And they agreed initially. But when they saw the bill to do that, and they looked at what the Nigerian law says about if you cut a tree, you pay 29, the 1979 land use law, they just threw our proposal back at us, and they never did anything about it. So this is something that we need to consider, as a people. We cannot continue this way. I'm going to hand over to Professor Shehu to intervene in this regard. 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, the moderator, and Madam, good presentation. Yeah, and I want to thank the team, Professor Alo and his wonderful team, for always bringing us to talk about the climate change, particularly this one, how do we balance the urban drive and then ensure that we are still alive. I think all boils down to that. Okay, particularly in Lagos State, I think I want to start from what we know today is that Lagos is rapidly developing and is a mega city. And the trade-off would be how much of the urbanization we want to keep, and how much are we determined to save ourselves. Lagos, for whatever it is a coastal state, and there will be issues from the sea rise, the perennial flooding, and the rest of them. But I also want to remind us that the first profession of the Lagosians is all on fisheries. So we are fishermen before any other thing comes up. So the trade-off we need to balance is how much of urbanization, industrialization we want to have, and how much of the nature we want to keep. So my intervention here will be, we can now, like the keynote speaker said, people must live in a building, but then people must also eat. Now, within this gap, there is a provision on what is regarded as nature-based solution, where we could keep the green. But how do we do this in a way that our urbanization green does not forget that we need to have other sectors in mind? Often when we just think of the eye scraping thing, we think of every other thing, forgetting that for every action we take, the biodiversity is being lost. Do we create a city where we still value leisure? People can still take time under the tree and relax. Do we still want to keep our rich cultural value, which we also not only keep our city going, but also increase our source of income? People want to come to Lagos and still want to go around the river and all of that things to feel the cultural where we started from. And you know, there's the Yoruba adage that when a river forgets its source, it's going to dry up. So we need to tinker with the urbanization process and ensure that those barriers, the rivers, and all of them are not exposed to development in a way that the wetlands are lost. And like Professor Abiodun has said this morning, what is the source of this flooding that we have? Are we saying that we cannot address this? Now, forestation, we need to think of doing reforestation, which deals with trying to harvest the excess of carbon we have in the environment. And how do we do this that also keeps that tradition of fishery? I mean, Lagos being a fisherman's state. That is where we started from. And that is what I think we are in a race to forget. Why we want to do our ice scraping, no problem. We might do that. But we still have to plan in the planning that these are areas we want to keep safe for the future of not only this generation, the coming generation. So it's a lot of trade-off, but it offers a lot of opportunity for the state, such that we could still have our city, but in an integrated manner that ensures that we keep the biodiversity, we keep room for people to enjoy the leisure of their hard work, and also ensure that our culture is kept. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
that the lagoon flows into. The reason why this lagoon flows back into those rivers is to give it enough retention.
Okay, well, my take is taking off from what the Honorable Commissioner said, but it also means the power should go back to the people. Now, I take the case of the fishermen. Now, in the past, using cultural means, they've been able to maintain a sustainable environment, but all the power has been taken away from them. So if you catch by means of traditional means, you still have to hand over people back to the established system. So this is why all of these violations of the environment. My worry is that often as a group of people, we tend to forget our past. We tend to look at our past as a dirty thing. And there are many things we can take from our past. Lagos things remain static. Whether you're a banker, you're a lawyer, whatever you are, you started being from a fisherman. Now, nobody wants to talk about being proud to be a fisherman. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the lead presentation. It was highly educative and actually shows so much effort has been put in place by the state governments in trying to mitigate the effects of climate change. That is quite encouraging. But of course, much more still needed to be done. One of the major impacts of climate change with respect to agriculture has to do with onset of new diseases and transmission mode. Quite a number of new diseases are coming up that science is still trying to unravel the causes. So I expect that the ministry will be looking at also investing in research. The research department could be set up to look at that and prepare towards onset of new diseases and new transmission modes, which is a major setback as a result of climate impact. This session is actually looking at food security vis-a-vis human security. Prof has already been able to link the two of them together with respect to food insecurity and human insecurity. But a study was conducted in 2017 in China, and subsequently in 2020, another study was conducted in the US, which shows that there is a direct impact between climate change, which respect to increase in temperature, relative humidity, stress, to climate, to criminal activities. It was observed that about 3-5 year study shows that there is consequently increase in crimes, violent crimes, rapes, murders, and what have you. It was consistently increasing year in, year out because of the increase in the threat of climate impact. So this also underscores the fact that, of course, in this part of the world, we don't have empirical data to actually back that up. But it's obvious that, of course, there is increase in the rate of violent crimes in our country as well, which can as well be linked directly to the impact of climate change. In 2011, 2012, 2013, a study was conducted in Kogi State to look at the impact of flooding on crime rates. And the result was, the outcome shows clearly that in 2012, where there was massive flooding, the numbers actually was astronomical when you look at the violent crimes committed that year. And that will, of course, be linked to the impact of the flooding. So this, of course, shows clearly that as we begin to see the impact of climate change in our environment, then crime rates automatically is of increase. There are different ways to mitigate this, but the other session, the previous session, talked about green, having green corridors. That is one major way to actually reduce it, really. Because when people are stressed up and there's a place they can relax, unwind and do all that, the tension may go down, and we expect that whatever criminal tendency you might be having at that point in time, it might be overtaken by the events that surrounds you. So, yeah, okay, thank you. So as we go ahead, of course, Prof mentioned the issue of hazards, the issue of drought, deforestation that is causing the heads to come down south. Of course, another impact that we're actually seeing as a result of climate change. And so we have been talking about ranching. Of course, there are still some political will. So many states will not gather the political will to go into that. And I think in the long run, that might be where to go eventually. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ari. I represent Sustainable Environment Food and Agricultural Initiative. I think my question borders on organic farming and resilient agriculture. Now, recently, Sri Lanka, they have a lot of rice farmers that complained about organic farming recently affecting their yield. That when they were using fertilizers, they have more yield compared to using organic farming. Now, as regard that, as Lagos State, what are they doing as regards increasing yield and at the same time using organic farming? That's my question.
Just a comment as well. I'm not so sure that assertion is backed up by empirical data that use of organic manure is not as productive as fertilizers. That has to be ascertained. In any case, it's a trade-off. We have to go with organics rather than if we're actually looking at the climate and the after effects. I think it's no for me. We have to look at organics. To reduce insecurity that we are currently experiencing, we have to also try and work towards all the mitigation strategies. So many have been mentioned around there during the course of this particular summit. I think if we intensify efforts, create more green corridors, more recreational centers, and of course more advocates, of course, hopefully the rate of crime will reduce and in our societies. Thank you.